Hello there and welcome to my modelling table once more. I'm terribly sorry, I don't know, the YouTube system for live streaming is a pain in the backside, and so I accidentally came off the streaming dashboard, and then I couldn't find it again. Why they designed it so you can't find something that you need, who knows, but either way that's what happened. So I basically lost about 15 to 20 minutes trying to find something I shouldn't even have lost. So something to bear in mind for me today, I've been really dehydrated the last couple of days, and so my mouth feels really dry, so it may not have been the best day to do this, but I'm going to do the modelling anyway, so you can watch, and I may not talk as much, but I'm certainly needing to drink plenty. So for this video I'm going to be weathering up this Class 37. I've already made a start on it. If you notice, you might be able to see that bits of the paint have been done off, and I've repainted it into Transrail livery, although not repainted. I've taken a 37706 model someone sent to me, because this is being done for someone else, and then I've gone and taken off bits of paint and, you know, removed like the changed all the names and numbers and all that sort of stuff. But anyway, so I'm currently at the stage where it just needs weathering in now. So that's what I'm going to be doing today. And things that I've done to it so far, I've gone to put on the, you know, change the numbers, put some stars on there. These are the Transrail decals, and the Transrail decals from Fox, they're really horrible. I hate them. Now generally Fox I don't really have too much of a problem with, but the reason why these are so bad is because you've got a blanking one behind, and the whole reason for the blanking one, which makes sense, you get it in the rail freight liveried ones anyway, so, you know, construction metals, petroleum, so on. So they're to make sure that the colours are nice and clear, because back in the old days, because decals aren't always that thick, you know, very dense, not always opaque. So by having a white background, when you get the dark bit, if you put, let's say it's a rail freight metals liveried like one, there's this, yeah, it's like petroleum as this used to be, where it would go over the dark bit here, you'd end up with like a you know, a lightish blue there, and then it ends up with a darker blue bit at the top, because the colour of the background blends through too much. So what they started doing probably about 15-20 years ago now, in fact more than 20, they started using these white background patches. So that part don't really have too much of a problem with. The bit that I've got a problem with is the blue, because with let me grab some subset logos. So yeah, I just use that. So so the idea behind these is that, flip it over. So the line here is where the top of the main box goes. So you sort of have it lined up with that. For Transrail livery, the bottom of the white here goes where the line is. Well, the way you would apply these is you put the backing one on, and then you put this one on, and then you have to put that one on. But the problem is, how do you line it up? Because it's incredibly difficult to say, well, is that going to be there? Is it going to be a ½ millimetre? I mean, you know, it's very difficult to get it in exactly the right place every time. So what I ended up doing, and it was a horrible way of doing it, I had to put cut, because the decal, if I just use a paintbrush here, the backing paper behind it, the backing film, it sort of goes in and there, so this wants to fold over straight away. It's very hard to get it off. So what I had to do was to cut it, and then cut this one, and then put the circle on, then put the red one on, because this centerpiece is clear, and then finally put the T on, and when all that was on, I had to get, wet it again and get underneath here around the edge of the white circle in order to lift it so that I was able to move it. It was so difficult. Now, I contacted Fox Transfers about this, and they said, yeah, it's not their preference, but it's unavoidable, because apparently all these transfers are lined up by hand, and so when they put them, because each colour is printed separately, and they have to leave it to dry, so they basically put it on their stamper, or however you want to describe it. So they put it on the plate, and then the machine goes and stamps one colour on, so let's say the white, and then it goes and does, and then you take it out and you leave it to dry, and then the next day, because they do it, leave a day for them to dry, and then the next day they go and put the red on, and they have to line it up exactly the same. And so if we look at the Transrail logo here, you can see how there's just a thin white line around them. So what I was told is that it's very difficult to get it exactly right every time, and they'd end up with about 75% wastage. I think she said 80 actually. So they wouldn't be able to get it exactly right every single time. Yeah, they'd end up having 80% wrong ones and having only 20%. Well, that's not going to make it very affordable if you're paying, like 25 quid for a sheet for something like this is much cheaper. So yeah, that was a pain in the backside. So this model that I'm doing here is a customer's one. This isn't one I'm keeping. So put those there. So what I've done so far is that I've gone and used IPA, and I've gone and removed the original Rough Rate Petroleum logo on it, and removed the ones here, and removed the numbers, and there's a name behind here as well. It's ever so slightly visible on one side at certain angles, but I'm going to hide that with some weathering today. So yeah, and then I've gone and reapplied some new transfers. So it's 37701, this with the Transrail lettering. I did make a silly mistake for it, because if I just pop these out again. So what you get on this is you get logos, and then on this one it's got lettering. And what happened was I cut some of the lettering off, and you can probably barely make it out, it just says Transrail. And then what happened was I wet it, and I went to put it on, and it's like, hang on, this isn't going to fit, because it's like way too big. The T should be just on the painted part, because this is a loco that has been it's not been repainted fully. It's just had they painted a square of the two-tone grey, and then they've gone and put a coat of and then they're going to put the sticker on the top without repainting the whole loco. So underneath this would be the Rough Rate Petroleum, Rough Rate coal logo underneath, and the side, the door flash as well. So when I went to put this on, it's like, okay, well, this is way too big. What's going on here? How could they make that kind of blunder? Because when you look at the real thing, the L is on the side of the door and the T is just inside inside the edge. So it's like, well, okay, we've got a problem now. And I was just about to send a message on Facebook to the person I'm painting this for, or renumbering it, modelling it for, and I thought, you know what, I'm just going to double check the Fox Transfers website. And when I did, I noticed that on with the logos, are the small ones. I can't tell. Hang on a sec. Okay, so you can just see you got the small ones here, and you can see where I've cut a pair out. So these ones are the small ones, and then there's medium ones and large ones. And I didn't spot the small ones, so this can be reused. It just needs the paper wetting again. But it was a bit embarrassing for me to almost thinking, wait a minute, you know. So yeah, that's what I'm going to be doing today. Now I'm also going to tell you about, before I get this done, I'm going to tell you a couple of other things that I've got in mind at the moment. So I've been doing a bit more buying, and one of the things that I've been buying are these okay, is it on the screen? Yes, it's on the screen. I thought I had something, when I'm holding it up I'm looking at my screen that's over there, and I had some black marks on it, and I was thinking, oh, is that on the camera? You know, is that up there with you looking through my camera, or is it on my screen? And I just rubbed off on the screen. Anyway, so these are basically, Hornby has the VDA van, and they've gone and used the VDA end and the VDA roof with this silly thing on the top, and this is one of the curtain-sided ones. Now I'm not doing any VDAs like that. However, what I do intend to do are some of let me just change and so some of these are Procore PVA wagons. They were used for the Campbell's soup, I think, if I remember correctly. But I'm going to model a few of these, about three of them probably. Might even be able to get 4, but I doubt it. 3 should be fine. And these ran from up the East Coast main line to, and we'll go down towards March Yard, so I can do those for some freight action, some Speedlink type stuff for the East Coast main line. So just having another drink. You can hear how I'm a little bit dry today. So, and I haven't got COVID, by the way. I feel perfectly fine. I mean, other than the usual thing that I've had for, you know, a while now. I've got a thyroid problem, overactive thyroid. Sorry, an underactive thyroid, and the gland in my brain is producing more, so that in my brain it's overactive, in my body it's underactive, and so I'm now taking some medication for it. The problem is, this thing makes me really, really tired. I'm probably getting about, you know, 10 to 12 hours sleep a day, so it's you know, it's difficult. I'll be awake for a few hours and then I'll just feel tired. I'll go to bed for a nap, and you know, it's just a mess. So so let's, where's the third one there? Doesn't need that. Okay, so yeah, the idea behind this is that I will scratch build a chassis, and then have you know, different ends. The roof will probably be different as well. I'm not sure yet, because I need to check what the widths are. But this, probably I'm only using it for the sides. But these were relatively cheap, so it's better to have them than not. Put those somewhere. Okay, so the other thing that's happened, I've gone and bought myself some more stock. So I've got another one of these, so that's 6 of these I bought recently. VDA vans. They'll be resprayed into the original red and grey. And then I've gone and bought a bunch of some more Mark II E's. So there's 3 first class ones here, and 1, 2. I think I need to get something on my. There's 3 of those, and then I bought 2, but he only sent me 1. I'm getting a bunch more off him. So, but you know, break. Now I've got a plan for these. This isn't just a case of just buying some more coaches. The TSOs, they're going to be turned into Mark II Ds, and the manner that I'm going to do them. So if you don't already know this, Mark II Ds, Es and Fs are the air-conditioned type of coach, and for so the Ds were the first air-conditioned one. The Es were practically the same, but all they've gone and done is they've transferred the one of the toilet on the opposite side of the coach. So if I take it out, so for so on one side the toilet's there, and on the other side, and it's on the opposite side there. Now for the Mark II Ds, they've got the toilets on the same side. So in order to turn this from a Mark II E, which is what this is the Hornby Mark II E, which is it's an okay model. However, the chassis and the body don't fit together very well, so it's left this sole bar. There is a way to fix it, which effectively means chopping the chassis there and chopping it there, and then having the centerpiece push in a little bit further to get rid of that non-existent sole bar that shouldn't be there at all. You can just about make it out. But the underframe is exactly the same. So in order to turn this from a Mark II D into a Mark II E, what I'm going to do is going to fit some. In fact, let me just grab them out. It makes sense to do that. This is my big book tub of etches. Also Mark IIIs. There's Mark I's. They're in here somewhere. Ah, there they are. Right. Okay, so I'm going to take some of these. Okay, there should be 2 lots of those. I've only got 1. use already. Oh, it's the brake, that's why. Well, I appropriately, this is exactly what I'm going to need. Show you what I need to do with that later. But anyway, so so the idea, so the two things that are wrong with this model is, like I say, that non-existent soul bar, and secondly that the roof ventilers are a little bit on the overside. You know, they're about twice as wide as they should be. So that's an easy one to do. You just file them down, sticks Olympia models on Shapeways. That's Guy Molyneux. He has done some for Mark III coaches, but they're the same ones for Mark II. So it's 1, 2, and then a third there. So the plan I have to convert these would be to have to drill out a hole here. So remove all the window frame stuff because it's got like a light raised rim. Remove, you know, get the model in scalpel, send it down, get rid of the window frames. Obviously the windows will be pushed out first, and then these will go on the top, and then on this side, let's say, I think it's this side. Anyway, so basically, again, remove the window frames, put a piece of plasticard in there, you know, use some filler, sand it all down so it's nice and smooth, and then on this side drill a new window and use one of these for the window frame. So this one's relatively simple. So but the three coaches, they're going to be Mark IIDs in ScotRail livery, because I've now got a DBSO that's going to be repainted in ScotRail from blue and grey, because by the time I had the money to buy DBSOs, they'd already sold all the ScotRail ones, so I'm just going to have to repaint them all, which isn't a big problem, but you know, it's a bit of a nuisance really. Now you might be thinking, well, why don't I just use the Hornby Airfix, you know, mainline, what was it, Hornby mainline, sorry, Airfix mainline Dapol Hornby, you know, Mark II, they're Mark IID. Well, generally I would, however, the tumble home isn't very well shaped. It kind of has like an angle that goes like that, rather than a much steeper angle at the bottom. So if I put these with other Mark IIs, they would stand out. So likewise, I'm doing it on some other coaches elsewhere. So yeah, so that's how these are going to be. And one of them, so 2 out of the 3 of these will become TSOs, Mark IID TSOs, and like I say, the underframe is exactly the same. And the toilet is smaller on the Mark IIe and F. And then the other one will become a TSO-T, which is basically a buffet. It's like a micro buffet in this section here. So that's what's going to happen with this. So and then the other 2. Sorry, the other coaches that are on here. Okay, and then I'm just going to put those there because I'm going to need them in a moment to explain something. And then these, on the other hand, let's just get rid of a bit. I'm going to need 2 coaches here to explain. In fact, I've got one over here. It makes sense to do this. Okay, so back in the day, one of the types of coaches that's missing in the Mark II range is a Mark IID, well actually there's a pair, a Mark IID FK, so a first class corridor, so it's got all compartments with 3 seats aside, and then and a Mark IID BFK. So if I just put these aside for a second and find you a picture, so give me a second. Okay, oh wait a minute, might as well swap over for you. Okay, so let's go back to trains, coaches. Just waking up the hard drive. Okay, Mark II, Mark IID. And actually, before I do that, when I was talking about TSOs earlier, this is what I mean. So it's a bit hard to tell, it's a bit of a rubbish photo. And strangely there aren't very many pictures. But this is Mark IID TSO-T, you can see the little red stripe there. And this is another one, this is the early days. They ended up using the light blue in the end. But you can see how it's got, like I say, a micro buffet in it. So, and there were several of these around. They didn't just, they weren't only ScotRail ones. They travelled, you know, they were all over the place as well. You know, this is some in blue-grey days. So, and then there were some intercity ones as well. Like this. So, I need a drink again. See, my mouth is so dry. Sorry about that. Silly person with a silly car. So yeah, these are Mark IIDs, and also the other thing that's different is you can see here there's a little bumper, a door bumper on it. Not all of them had it. Some didn't. Some did. Some didn't. But if we look at the coaches that are missing, so these are FKs, Mark IID FKs. So you can just about make it out through the window. You can see the corridor. Yeah. There you go, that's a bit better. You can see the corridor there. So these have never been done. Now these are easy to convert. All you do is you basically remove the seating and you cut the seating apart and then, you know, create a new side corridor. It's easier to say it like that than it is to, you know, it'd be easier to explain it if I had one in my hand. But you know, without going and finding one, I can't. So so yeah, that's one. And the thing to watch for, if you notice the difference between you know, the metal between the windows, that's the signature between a first class coach and a standard class coach. And if you notice, a standard class coach will have 8 windows, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. These have 7 because there's more leg room and they space them further apart for comfort, so you've got more leg room. And so on Mark II. So the Mark IID that exists already is one of these. So if you buy the Airfix, you know, they're like 10 a penny on eBay, for blue-grey ones at least. But yeah, so if you can find these ones, but these are BSO, so they're standard class, so brake, standard, open, BSO. So it's an open one, so it's got, you know, an aisle in the middle with pairs of seats on either side. And then, but you've also got BFKs. So, like this. So these have a, you know, they're like a first class, you know, BFK Mark IIA or B or C. These are just the Mark IID version. After Mark IIDs, there were no other corridor coaches. They were the last ones to have corridors like that. So yeah, now, you know, these were used on certain trains for, you know, you'd have a first class section where you don't need to have a lot of first class seating, and the brake section, then everything else can be TSOs. You know, whether you can have a buffet car, you know, maybe one of those TSOTs, or for that matter, you could have a Mark 1 buffet car in there as well. Or instead, there we go, here's an example. So this will probably be a cross-country service. So there's your buffet car, and there's your first and brake section for the guards compartment, and the rest of it can be TSOs through the train. So I'm going to make one of these. Now, there's an old way of doing it, and I'm just going to do exactly the same thing. And if I think the best way to show it will be to open up a second window and show you compare the two, like side to side. It's got to wake up first. Oh, it often doesn't like doing 3 at the same. Oh, there it is. Okay, it is doing it after all. Okay, what's it doing now? It's probably going to crash. No, oh no, it is. Okay, button should take it. Okay. Coaches, Mark II. So that's Mark IID, brakes, BSO. Okay, let's see what we can find in the same kind of position. Okay. So let me make this a bit smaller. Okay, for this one it needs to be the other side. Not the best. Okay, that might work. I still need one of these that's on a similar angle. Oh, that might work. Yeah, okay, that'll work. Right, let me minimize that. Will they go any smaller? Okay, it's not going to go any smaller. Okay. And this one, let's get it about the same size on the screen. Okay. Not the best way of doing it, but it'll do. So, if we look, so you see where the battery box is here? There, because these are identical, okay? So, because there's more metal between all these window frames, everything is slewed in this direction. So if we look, that door is over this box here, whereas it's much further over here. and this door, so this part's the same kind of thing, but it's all slewed over just a little bit more. So if we look, you can see how this door is over roughly the centre of the bogie. This one, pretty much the same place, but it's you can see there's a bit more skin there, less skin there. So effectively what you do is you cut the body here and cut the body there. So this part, so if you imagine this is the first class section, that's the first class section you want there, and then the brake section here. But because everything's been slewed across, this is going to have to be cut here to make it shorter and cut there to make it shorter again. You know, it's difficult to tell from these pictures because the amount of distance there and the amount of distance here is... I haven't got enough pictures to be able to... Wait a second, what about blue-grey? Let's try... This might stick out better this way. So the door is approximately the same place, so this part isn't so bad. It's really this section here where it's too long. So the way that people have been doing this for years have been to basically take two coaches and convert them, and that's exactly what I'm going to be doing. So because it is something, it's there we go. So the way it's going to work for me is that I'll be let's find the... So the way I'm going to do this is the same method. Effectively, you need 1, 2, 3, 4 windows, and then the body will be cut there, and I will cut this whole section out, possibly all the way around. I don't know yet, I haven't fully decided yet, but so that section will be removed, because I might as well keep the roof, you know, in the right way, and this has only got 3 ventilators on it. Well, they need to be removed anyway, so I can always shuffle them around later, so it's not a big deal to you know, to use this part as the structural part of it, and then basically replace the from where the black line is all the way down to about here, and then take this and then chop out this section, adjust it to the lengths that it needs to be, and then splice them in here with some you know, some plastic card on the inside to brace it up a bit. So that's the plan I've got for these. So I want to make one of those, but also I want to make a Mark II-C version of one of these, a BFK, and there were some around if we in intercity livery as well. So let me swap screens again. Oops. Mark II-C, brake. So like this. Now this one's a bit more work because it's rather more involved, but the differences aren't that much different anyway. Some Mark II-Cs have got big vents on the roof like this, other ones have got small, that's a big vented one, others are small like this, which use the same as the Mark II-D version. So what would be required to do this is the same work as I mentioned already, because the windows are the same side, they're just deeper. and you know, I mean, you can see this as a modern window, unlike the taller version that you normally get. So it's basically a matter of taking, you know, taking a Mark II E in my case, or you could do it with a D, but I'm going to take the Mark II E because it's got the good tumble home on it, and I'm going to fabricate some new components, 3D print them, and to go underneath, and then the window frames are going to be shore plan ones. And you can see how the roof is the same. It's got the hatch on one end over the toilet compartment, and then other than, you know, it's pretty much a flat roof with some ventilators interspersed around. So so when I make my model, what I'll be doing is oh, wait a minute. There's more ones. No. So if this to turn one of these into a Mark II B or a C, then you just cut a bigger hole and fit these over the top because they're the same width. So that would be how I would achieve that. So like I say, it's going to be a lot of work, but it's going to be interesting. It's going to be good fun doing stuff like that. You know, if any of you have been paying attention to my channel, I do rather have an interest in coaches. You know, a lot of people just, you know, enjoy the loco and just slam some coaches behind it, and you know, well, I like mine to be a little, you know, I like to explore the range of all sorts of different things. I mean, for example, some of the new coaches that I'm going to be getting from the same person I've got these from, I'm going to also get some. I got some brakes, but mostly first class coaches, and so FOs. What I'm going to be doing with some of them, at least that's the plan so far, is I'm going to convert them into Mark II C and B SKs. So second class, some second class ones. Now you might think, wait a second, if they're if these are first class coaches with 7 windows in, turning this into SK standard corridor, that doesn't make sense. Well, you'd be right, more or less, mostly, in the general sense. However, some of the Mark II C's, Mark II C, some of the Mark II C's were formerly first corridor coaches, so they were FKs, and you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 windows there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They've also got the more modern window there. That's one of my photos from Booth Metals. And they had some first opens as well. So effectively they were first class coaches and were declassified by putting normal seats on them effectively, and then you know, they get rid of the yellow stripe. Excuse me, I need to get. Excuse me, I just need to get some drink again. Okay, so, and on the Mark II Bs, they also had some as well. So they had some, they had some FKs as well. Formerly firsts, declassified into standards. Now, I think. I seem to remember I've got a Regional Railways train that's made out of some of those. Yeah, there's an example. Look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and that's a C. In fact, I think all those are C's. So you can see, you know, you've got 1, 2, probably 3. You can see how much skin there is between the windows, which tells you that's another C. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's a TSO, and then there's a TSOT in the other form, in the Mark IIc form. So yeah, I'm pretty sure I had another one though. No matter, doesn't matter. Anyway, so with all that done, so here's the loco I'm working on at the moment, and as you can see, they've gone and painted some fresh paint over this, and you know, sometimes it gets more worn, but I'm not going to have it quite this bad. It's going to be something a bit more like this, a little bit streaky in places, a lot more stuff built around the window there. You can still you can see that patch. I'm gonna the paint that Beckman used and the actual colour are slightly different, so mine looks a bit too clean, so I'm gonna break up the join a little bit, you know, by having this grey being a bit more weathered and this bit being clean. So yeah, I mean, here it is on a passenger train in 1996, which is the year it's supposed to represent, and you can see it's, you know, you can see it's a bit more muck here and there, you know. So yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Now I'm not going to be able to show you the airbrushing part in this video because I haven't got the airbrush in this room. It's in my in my kitchen, sorry, and so I can't really do that. But I can do, you know, the sort of general weathering stuff in nooks and crannies, in grills, and things like that. I'm not going to do this, that didn't last like that for very long. It was cleaned up, but you can see how mucky it gets in the sandbox hatches around here, in the D-light, or the muck that all gets in there, you know. So those are the things that I can do in this video. So yeah, this is roughly how it's going to look. Not terribly weathered, but also not very clean either, you know. So you can see there's that patch. So what I've gone and done, I've gone and airbrushed some lighter grey and also the flint grey as well, and to make it show up a little bit more. But so that's the goal I'm looking at today, and you can see also a fair amount of soot on the roof there, some horizontal streaks and some muck around here as well, you know. So like I say, you can see there's that blend of muck around. What is black on the bonnet, doesn't very usually look that black. So I've already gone and toned that down a little bit. So let's get on with it. So okay, so apologies for not paying any attention to the what's it to the live chat for now. Thank you everybody for watching. I've had a good reasonable amount of people commenting here. Anthony Sutton says, think the only difference was aircon and fluorescent lights. Yeah, more or less. I mean, the Mark II Bs and the Mark II Cs were almost identical. However, the Mark II Cs had ducting for air conditioning if they decided to fit it, which they never did. So Mark IIAs are also shorter as well. So yeah, I've been looking into all this stuff recently. So hi Tate, hi Neil, hi Anthony, hi Stuart, hi St Michael's Hill, I always forget your name, and hi Andy Bennett and Alex Hill. So yes, right, so time to get on with it. Okay, so I'm gonna have to stop looking at the live chat to look at the model, also look at the real thing so I can get that right. So let me just put these away, back in the box. Okay. Okay, so I also bought myself a little present this week, and that was I bought myself one of these stands. Now I've seen it used on other junctions, you know, when he does his spraying, and I keep thinking, you know, I should get one of those, because when I do my painting, I just stick my fingers in like this, and you know, just airbrush like that. But of course, when you've just painted something with varnish, you've got to kind of, you know, hold it like this to try and get it, you know, put it somewhere without dropping it. Scariest thing you can ever do. So I thought that buying one of these, after all the time I've been looking at it and thinking, you know, I should get one of those, a proper stand. This is quite good. I think what I'm going to try and do is you can remove this thing, but I'm thinking of see if I can get myself some plastic tubing so that I've got a hand grip to hold on to, you know, because I think that would make it a lot easier to handle rather than this, which is a bit big. You know, I mean, I can hold it, but you know, it's because it rotates as well. It's got a rotating stand. You know, it does make it a bit difficult. Okay, so what I'm going to use? Well, first I'm going to start off by taking some of this dark blue grey. It's a very close match for the dark grey on the roof, but I need to just touch up these this fan on the side here. So somewhere around, I don't know what I've done with it. I've got one of those like children's things where you got different compartments, but I went and moved it somewhere and I don't know where I put it. So I'm just going to put a blob of it on here. Just do a little hand painting. Let's get it right. Actually, before I do that, let's put my visor on. So I can get close, and I need to let me reduce. Oh great! Let me do that. Oh. I just want to move it up. what I'm doing is I'm just keeping the picture so that I can make sure that I can so that you can see where I am. And it looks like there's a bit of a Now I'm not actually going all the way in on this, I'm just brushing over the edge, so I'm getting all the framework in. Just a bit of red fleck of something in there. So I'm effectively dry brushing over the edge here. So when I did the light grey, I did a dusting, but it meant that I ended up with some of the corners and grills and things of that nature just a little bit clouded up. Okay, that's one side. Bloody hell. Scared me. Okay, looks like I can't use it in that way. Doesn't really matter though. And then the main body side grill again. think I'm going to get in the bottom of here as well. The good thing is, it doesn't really matter if you go over slightly, because I can just stick my finger on it and it will blend it in like the weathering. This is the kind of work that when you're sticking your fingers on it, you'll definitely get mucky fingers. It is certainly going to take me longer to clean my hands, to wash my hands after this. I'll certainly be singing Happy Birthday multiple times. Okay, right, so that's that part. What I'm also going to do is, I'll be back in a moment. I need to get some sponge. Okay, so I'm going to take a little bit of that rarest of commodities, some toilet roll, and just going to chop some sponge out. So what I'm going to do is just going to take some of that dark grey, just going to pat it out. There's barely any left on it. And I'm going to use it on the black, on the top of the nose. It's a bit too much there still. Not happy about that. If you notice, I'm just going to go on the yellow a bit as well. So I'm going to make a little bit. And I can always use the other end to just feather it out a little bit. And of course at this point, if you screw up a bit, what you need to do is just go over with your paintbrush with some water on it, and you can blend it through a bit more, just wiping a bit away. I don't know if you can make that out. And now I'm going to stick a little bit in the door. I'll stick a little bit. Barely left on it now. Tell you what, I think that's so small you'll barely be able to see it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move my thing down. Now I don't want to make you dizzy, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to I'll leave you looking at that for a second. Now my audio is going to go funny because I'm going to be bumping the camera around. So and that's got the microphone is attached to the camera. So I apologise for the noise. Okay, let's see how that looks. Okay, that's a little bit better, isn't it? Okay, so let's just get myself okay, so you can now see how I've gone and put some of these bits on the bottom. Just take another drink. I'm just going to go around some of the edges, a little bit thick in places. Also give it a brush. Right, I'm now going to get some. I'm going to have to start looking through browns now. That's a bit too pale. I think next tray down. Okay, I quite like a bit of that and a bit of that. Now this one is quite a light brown. And this one will do well. A bit too much there. Yeah, I'm getting too much in the corners. Now I'm just going to break it like this, but then smudge it between. A bit too wet, need a bit more water. Okay. Just trying to break it down a little bit, so there's not too as much of a you know, it's not too hard a line. I know it seems crude just using my finger like that, but in some cases it works, because you do get these little bits where it sort of blends through a little bit. I'm not getting it even. And it's not going deep, it's just making these little fine, oops, that was a bit too fine, just making these fine little lines, things where the muck is. Like I say, if you get too much, just smudge it with the heel, you know, the other piece, and it'll just blend it down a little bit. And I'm also going to do a little bit on the lower front end. I've already done a little bit of pre-shading on the bottom, so it's just going to build it up a little bit more. This is practically run out of paint here. That's better. Tiny bit more. I'm trying to put a bit of muck here because there's a very slight ghosting of the original nameplate. Trying to remove the right nameplate without repainting it is difficult, so I'm trying to remove, I don't know if you can just about make out, as ever so slight ghost of where the nameplate used to be. So, okay. Right, I've got these two colours here, so this one is German black brown, and I'm going to use a little bit black with it as well, because oh, needs a shape. Vallejo makes some great colours, but sometimes they're a bit watery. And I'm going to use a tiny bit of foundation black in there, which will thicken it up a little bit. And this one's going to be for the roof, which I'm going to be doing in the same way as Marvel's. Use this dark sponge. And just to go around and it's quite wet, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take advantage of that wetness and use capillary action to just sort of just brush it around a little bit. The idea is to go over the whole thing and just stipple it on a little bit so it's not a flat colour. I already went over it with a little bit of a lighter grey just to sort of blend it in a little bit, but this will darken it up as well. Like I say, it's just going over, just to create these little dark patches. So it looks like the sun's been beating on it a bit and taking off some of the lacquer. I'll stick a bit on the nose there, blend that out a bit. And I'm just mopping it up with a bit of this. It just stops it looking too flat. Right, okay, well I'm going to use more of that paint, but this time I'm not going to bother, I'm not going to be mopping with it. This time I'm going to be shading. So what I'm going to do is, where'd my paintbrushes go? Got a longish brush and it's kind of hard. And this is going to go in the nose grills. I've already done one coat. Now I'm just going to go in again. In fact, I think this can go on neat. And if you can just see, it's like it's staining it. So I can put a lot in the grills. Capillary action gets in there. But for other bits, just staining it a little bit. And I can just wipe across the top to sort of blend it in. I can use it in all sorts of places and water it down a little bit more for this part. I'm just going to use it around these areas. You can see how you get the filth in these sort of bits. Places like the headlight, kind of areas that get, you know, nooks and crannies where you can't get the scrubbing brush. Let me this up. Sorry, I'm just trying to look at the live chat as well, see if anything was said. Now, an area that always gets mucky on these is under the doors. Now that was quite a lot, but by sticking that in, it takes away the whiteness of it. And sometimes you can leave it for a couple of seconds, but you know, just getting it in like this will do. I think a second coat is needed. This is the emergency engine shut off button. Leave that for a couple of seconds. Now, like I say, this is a very dark brown colour. If I was to go with black, it would be too much. So I'm just toning it down so that all the darkness comes out, but it's not a thundering blackness. It's pretty wet, this. It's more water than paint, but it allows it to go in all the nooks and crannies, you know, the depths of the blades. Go in and around the doors on the nose. If you notice, I'm just going to do some wiggly bits on there. I'm just going to use the sponge to just blend it through, because the nose on a Loco gets really dirty. Around the edges. You don't have to be really neat doing this part. When you get on the yellow bit, yeah, you've got to be a bit more neat, but for this, you don't really need to as much. Sponge it in, get it to blend, and now with barely any paint on. Now I'm going to go on the top of the nose. And then just dabble it with the sponge. Just get it to blend around the bottom as well. So I don't know if you can make that out. Okay. And can I go in the edges? On that. Just creates a little bit of dirt in there. And also things like the rain strip there. And again, when it's all dry, these are really subtle. Won't be too easy to see it. What I'm effectively doing is creating a stain rather than paint. It's, you know, it's almost like stained glass windows, if you can imagine it in that way. It's not actually painted hard. It's well, it's not really like stained glass windows actually, because that is painted. Right, now with this the rain can dribble down, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a really wet thing. I'm just going to drag it down like that. I'm just going to leave it for a couple of seconds. While that's doing that, I'll get working. I think I'll do inside the hatches for the sanders. Now feather that blandly. See, do you see what I mean? It looks like the rain's been at it. I'm going to just join it up there. Let that dry a bit. While that's doing that, I might as well go around the door. There we go. Right, and then the other part that really gets filthy are the doorsteps. Even if they're white, they still get a lot of muck in them. This feels like it's a little bit overdone. Turn it down a little bit. I'm going to do like I did on the other side. Going to try and blend the join between these so it doesn't look too heavy. Ugh, I don't like that. Too much of it. Add a dark rim around it. But I was able to blend it in a little bit there. Let's try again on the other side. Water it down a bit more this time. I don't want it to stand out too much, you see. I feel like it's getting a bit thick now. Okay. That's better. Now this, I've still got a few bits where, bits where the paint went, but it then, you end up with like little bubbles in it. What happens is when the bubbles pop, it sucks away the paint from that area. I haven't done this one yet. you're enjoying the show, don't forget to thumbs up if you like it, or thumbs it down if you don't. Oh, by the way, if you're worried about me getting paint on my dress, don't worry, this is an old one. It's already got paint on it. I've owned this one for 15 years at least. Okay. Right, and now I'm going to make a bit more wash. This time it's going to be a really dark one, it's going to be a black. Use that. And that's going to be used to get in all the roof panels. and get in and around the rivets. And you'll notice that I'm kind of just slapping on a bit here. Okay, I'll now mop it all down so it doesn't stand out too much. There we go. And because it's a matte black, it will dry matte as well. So many rivets on the 37. I don't know if you can see the difference here. You compare that bit to that bit that I've barely even done yet. And, you know, it's always worth doing the roof, because that's the bit you see mostly on a model railway. On the rail thing, you're normally at track level or on a bridge, but with model railways, you're always looking at the roof. This doesn't look very bold around the outside of this. Okay. Right, and now with my broad brush, I'll do some horizontal streaks. just need to check the picture of the real thing first. Okay, so the sides have got a lot of muck in them. So, sorry, the bottom of the door rather. And this is a more flat colour, so use some. Splurted a bit there. I think it's about time we give that a clean. I got the big brush and the small one. Okay, so the middle one is just really mucky inside, whereas these ones are painted black by the look of them. Okay. Right, and then the last thing I'm going to do with this black is do the inside of the window frames, because these are black around the edge. And for those people who don't already know this, you can tell a 37.5 and a 37.7 apart by the fact that on the 37.5 you've got a second window about there, whereas on these there's only one, and that's because the area here where the the area where the other window was, oops, that was dust, where the other window was, that's where the ballast weights have been put. At least I believe that's where they're put anyway. Because what happened was back in the mid-80s they went and converted a bunch of these into, they refurbished them, so they put alternators on them instead of generators, and they had re-geared bogies for freight use only, whereas before they were sort of almost mixed traffic in terms of speed. But with the 37.7s they put ballast weights in them to make them heavier, which meant that they could do more, you know, a single one of these could haul a you know, 11, 12 TEA tank wagons, 102 tank wagons, 102 ton tank wagons, sorry. So one could do it on its own, as opposed to needing two, you know, as before. So yeah, I don't really like that very much. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to try and use a bit more of this brown since it's still there. I'm going to try and feather this out a little bit. A load more of this in there. Okay. Okay, I think that's done now, for the body at least. Actually, I'm going to do one more thing. You can see something else that could do with doing. I'm going to paint the roof fan. Oh. Okay. I like this orange for it. I'll leave that a few minutes to dry, and then I'll attack that with some of the wash as well. Okay, so while that's doing that, put it over there. While that's doing that, I'm going to start working on the chassis. so far too clean, far too clean. So I'm going to remove the ends of different design. So I think I'll leave them on. Okay, well in that case I'm going to need some more of this. But this will be watered down a bit. And I'm going to go, and all the deep bits you think, oh gosh, that's a bit pale, isn't it? As I dab at it, it will blend out a bit. It does have to be quite wet. Too wet. And then I'm going to go in with a dry brush and just break it down a little bit. Now of course this will be airbrushed over, so it will be less obvious when it's done. I'm also going to go over the top of the bogie frame as well. You know, I want to get that bogie off. That's the one. wanted. The only time that part of the bogie gets cleaned is during an overhaul. It just stops it looking too plastic and black, you know, flat. Now when tractor is airbrushed on this, it's not going to go into the nooks and crannies and corners and, you know, gaps, because the airbrush may not see that part, so to speak. Oh, sorry. That's one done. Sorry, I don't know if you can see the difference between them now. One is a solid black. Ooh. Yeah, the one at the bottom's a solid black, and this one's just got a bit of weathering on, not too much. Okay. Just need to do a quick check on the real thing. Yeah, you can't see it. Okay, I'm going to remove it. Okay, so on the real thing, sorry, on this model, it's got total capacity 1,670 gallons. So, well, I'm going, you know, the real thing doesn't have that. So I'm going to use black undercoat, paint that out. I think I will give a coat of matte paint on matte black. Get myself a nice flat black at the bottom. Now some 37.7s have the steps in the middle removed as well, but this one doesn't. Oops. Oops again. also going to paint this area black because that's where the window in the body side is. And you don't want to be able to see that. Okay, and while that's drying, I'm going to add a spot of that black into this brown, which is just darkening it a bit. That can be for the wheels. Now these wheels are going to look far too flat to so what I'll be doing is doing some more of that, do a wash and get in there and just, you know, dab it in places so it's not a flat browny colour. It's almost an engineer's olive, this. I once went too far doing this and decided to paint the inside of the wheels in, you know, this kind of colour as well. And then what happened was why is my train not moving? It's because I'd kind of, you know, the pickups were on the inside and I'd gone and painted the inside. So the pickups weren't able to pick up on anything. Oh. Right, okay. little paint thing for you. There is a joke about the colour of your paint. After you've been doing whites and blues and greens and reds and blacks and all sorts of things, the colour of your paint, your water usually ends up with a colour called elephant green, and it's basically the joke of you go in the garage and you need to paint, you know, the inside of your garage or whatever, or you want to paint something, and you don't want to go and spend any money on paint, so you end up going in all the old cans and mixing it up together to get a colour, and like I say, it ends up with this sort of grey-green colour. I really don't want these white, so I think I'm going to paint them black and weather them down later. Because this loco is going to have been painted long enough ago that these were no longer white. They were rather mucky. Here's a little fun fact for you. So, the people who refurbish trains, especially coaches, you got to give them a lot more credit than you might realise. One of the first things they need to do is go in with full PPE, a very common term these days, but have to go in underneath everything and clean it. Can you imagine something like an NC 125 before the few we've got still remaining had toilet retention tanks? Can you imagine trains doing 80, 100 miles an hour, whatever, and someone going to the toilet, and the mess that's going to be splattered all under the bogies and the braking equipment under a coach? So yeah, I think you deserve quite a lot of praise for doing that job. Here's something I've never seen modelled on before, and that's in the track at a station. Someone who decided that they weren't going to pay attention to that little sign that says "Do not use toilet while stationary." I think I'm also going to do the buffer beam here. Make it a little bit matte. Places. The buffer's fallen off of this. wonder what happened to the buffer. Don't remember it being on or not on. Right, okay, let's just put it over there. And what I'm going to do now is use some of this wash here. A bit of brown in it. Mix all of this together now. I'll water it down, and then I'm just going to stick it on quite thickly. And then there you go. Yep, that looks better. Drop that screw. And that's just nice. It blended on a bit of bubble wrap. Okay, Andy Bennett says, good evening Laura, how are things? Very good, thank you. Bit dehydrated at the moment. Anyway, I recently acquired 66709. Can you tell me what livery it recently carried? I don't know, I would expect it to be GBRF, as it always has been, but I might be wrong. Flicker is your friend. Okay, that roof fan looks a bit better now, doesn't it? I think. Let me just make sure I'm in the frame. No, I wasn't. There we go. I think that looks much more realistic. Okay, so this body is basically done now. All it needs now is a bit of dusting with the airbrush, and of course particularly on the roof. And actually, while I'm here looking at the roof, I'm going to stick a bit of black in the holes. Okay. Yeah, I quite like that. Stick a little bit more. Let's have a look. Forgot which one it was now. $709. Oh, okay, right. Yeah, it's... yeah, painted with a big ferry on the side. Okay, let's have a look at... Okay, well, I'm looking at pictures from 2020 and it's in that livery with the ferry on it. Sorry, with the, not a ferry, what do you call it? The ship. Right, okay, so I'm going to need the sponge again, and I need some of this lighter brown. I'm just going to do the stippling again. That's a police car in a hurry. And I'm just gonna, I think I need a bit more than that. Okay, now I'm going to use some wash. Use some of this dark stuff here. And now for the real thing today, I don't really pay much attention as I used to. British Rail era, I can tell you most locos what they carried, what liveries they carried, but modern ones, you know, it's like, oh, there's one painted like that, and I forget which one it is. There you go. So I think those wheels came out quite nice with a bit of weathering on them. Okay, Okay, now I'm going to do something you've probably never seen done before. And for that I'm going to need, not that one, you need one of those. So, for the axle boxes, these can be a bit oily, and also you can get oil spilled on the underside here, where it gets, you know, where the diesel basically spills over. So I got this wonderful way of creating oil, and what I do is I use a so I'm going to need some black, actually I think I will use this. So some plenty black and a tiny bit of purple. Too much purple there, I think. Just have to put more. Oh no, that's fine. And now I'm going to mix some Johnson's Clear Floor Wax. This stuff is fabulous. If you don't have any, get some. This can be used for clearing glazing. You know, if you get frosted glazing, you can paint this stuff over the top and it'll clear it up. This can be used for putting ballast on. I've used it in the past like that, and it dries really, really quickly. About half an hour, maybe 3/4 of an hour, and this is dead dry. As in, I've got a little display thing that I put on, and I did it with this, and it took, you know, I mean, you go over the top of it with some matte varnish just to tone it down, but it's great for that, ballasting. You know, I use it for putting glazing in. You know, when you sort of glue it on with some varnish and then just go around the edge with this. That's great for that as well. Just a, you know. But the other thing it's great for is making oil. So what I've done is I've taken black, and that's it. I'm now going to put Johnson's Clear Floor Wax with it. I think I'll stick a bit in the cup rather than... Oh, it's dripping down the side here, that's useful. Hello there, Richard. You done any drawing of your layout yet? Okay, and what I'm going to do now, I'm going to take that oil and stick it in all the nooks and crannies where they have to grease things up, and the bits there where it gets oily. And the other thing that's just useful for, if you've got a train station on where your train stops, this is, just use a pipette and just add some to your ballast, and that'll be the, locomotives and DMUs. They drip oil like crazy. Because effectively the engines on a diesel loco anyway, don't know about units as much, but they sit in a bath of oil. That as it's rotating round, it's literally in a bath of oil that it uses to lubricate. Well, if you look at Class 31s, in the middle of them, you'll see you've got the middle door. Below that, you've got it's like a line, and you always end up with stuff spilling out of there because that's where your oil goes. But the point is that you put it in the you use your pipette and place it where where locos sit at things like stations and things like that. Depots would have loads of it, but another place would be signals, where a train stops at the signal and sits there for a couple of minutes. It's dripping away. But yeah, the reason why this works so good as oil is that in a bit this will be absolutely dry but look like it's still wet. I've made some of this at a show when I was demonstrating for DMU, and I had people, I said, like, I'd had some on this, just like this, and I'd have people scared to touch it because they think it's like tacky and wet, and it's like, no, it's just absolutely bone dry, but it looks like it's still wet. I also think Johnson's Clear on its own would be great if you wanted to make puddles. Imagine having a layout that's like in the rain or something, it's just rained, which is something I've never seen before. But yeah, could you imagine having a nice layout full of it looks like it's just rained. There's a guy who's doing Manchester Piccadilly. He should do it because it rains a lot in Manchester. And I'm gonna have it dripping down here. So, but yeah, I'm going to just so you can see, let's see if we can get enough of it on this. I'm going to leave that there, stick it off to the side out of the way. Stick it on my little end of them. And put the lid on this. Okay. Right, and now I'm going to put all the glazing back in. I'm trying to remember where it was I put. No, not there. Oh, I remember now. It's in here. Going to secure the glazing back in. Okay, so to secure it in, I use clear varnish, so gloss varnish. And okay, so I think the first one I'll do, I think I'll do the doors first. Now these ones I hate to do. It's so hard. To get perfectly in the right spot. And what I do is just paint around. That'll stay in there now. There it is. That was a tough one to put in. Still not quite right. Damn it. Fill that out again. That's it, finally. Gosh, that was a tough one. Right, last one of the tiny door ones. The rest are easier by comparison. Oh. Oop. I was lucky. Fortunately it pinged in the right direction. Okay, that's one. Now I've got the big window to go in first. Actually, it's not, it's a small window first, I think. No, I think it's a big window first. Yep, that's easy. And now put the small windows in. You know what? I think I'm going to do the front windows second. Look at that, first time, straight away. Okay. There we go. Okay, that's that one end on. Okay, and then finally, just a bit of this first. And then finally, the easiest windows now. What shall I do? Body side. Tell you what, skirts are great as yeah, skirts are great for catching rogue bits of stuff that want to go flying. I very much recommend wearing a dress or a skirt. Much of my bacon has been saved by wearing a skirt and not having it fall on the floor. Okay, so other than dusting down with the airbrush, this is pretty much done. I think I'm going to go off the top of those grills a little bit. Where's that black grey? Oh no, it's olive drab. No, not that one. Dark blue, black grey. That's the one I need. In fact, I think I will do a black wash in these grills. Okay. A thicker brush than that. with a smaller brush after all. So I saw a really good video today. Luke Towan, I think that's his name. It's Boulder Creek Railroad, I think his channel's called. And he did a block of flats, and I thought, oh wow, that looks really good. So I think I might end up building some. I had an idea of doing it already, but it's like, yeah, I like the way that was done. It's a kit he built. I would do it differently, but yeah, having a you know, like 10-story block of flats type of thing, that would look really nice on a layout. And not only that, there are some really nice designs for flats as well. I mean, I think it's Camden, as you're approaching London Euston on the train, on the right hand side, there are these sort of like a reddy brown thing, but it's like small windows and lots of shape. It's almost like 45-degree angles. I can't remember now. It's a vague memory for me, but it's like, oh yeah, that looks really nice. And one of my favourite layouts out there, used to be an exhibition layout, isn't anymore, because they sold it, but that was Farkham, and that had a block of flats in the foreground, not the background. So you basically end up looking at half through a block of flats. It's half relief. Well, not through, because you couldn't see through it. It's like the back was a big piece of black. But yeah, it did look really good. It looks too black. Another video that I saw today was, I'm trying to remember the name of the channel. I think it's Scale War Machines. It's basically a guy that does tanks and things of that nature. And he did an M113 troop support vehicle, and the techniques that he was using, just really interesting. And thing to bear in mind, hobbies such as ours, there can be a way of doing things in one hobby and a different way of doing things in another, and then you realise actually that could work for my layout, for my modelling, not just the the big, so not just the standard way of doing it. And I've got a technique that I use for doing some certain weathering. There's a salt water technique that I got from my friend who's an aircraft modeller, and I've used it to effect on some VEA vans that I started, that I've done. Got another 9 to got another 8, so 7 to go, because I've got a 9 at the moment. Yeah, I mean, a perfect example of thinking in different ways. Different modelers get different modelling formats. You have some different things that they have, and one of the simple ones is acrylic paint. That so many people, they use enamel paint because that's what you use in model railway stuff, whereas you don't have to. I stopped using enamel paint, I don't know, about more than 15 years ago. The only pot of enamel paint I bought was, and I can't remember what colour it was now, but I basically bought it to try and get the cellulose paint in the same shade. And the cellulose I got from my friend who's the aircraft modeller. It's cheaper, dries fairly instantly, and it's significantly cheaper because you're only using about 30% paint. It's like, treacle almost. Whereas the way I use, because it's car paint, cellulose paint is car paint, and the reason why I use it is because it just makes life so much quicker. You don't have to enamel paint, you have to leave it a day to dry. A day? I don't even give it an hour. One day I might make a video, a live stream, where I'm working on my when I'll just repaint the loco, and I'll do it in a few hours. Do you know what's really strange right now? I just heard that car go by. Before today, I wouldn't have even noticed it because there's a constant stream of cars going by all the time. Another thing that I've not noticed very much lately, because it doesn't happen, is aeroplanes. I have a constant stream of airplanes going in and out of Manchester Airport. Haven't heard one for a couple of weeks now. Oh, I know they've landed, but you know, in fact, I saw one about a week ago. It's only because I just idly looked to see how many aircraft were flying, and there was a D8, no, not D8. Is it DHL? That's the yellow and yellow with red on it, I think. Yeah, it is DHL. So one of those went from East Midlands Airport, and it was flying low. And it's like, that's going into Manchester. That is, you know, with the direction and altitude, it's like, yeah, that's coming to Manchester. And there was another one, an interesting aircraft that I saw about a week ago now. So there was something on the news about the Russians in the North Sea, and it's like, okay, well, if they're in the North Sea with ships, you know, basically the Royal Navy were tracking them around the edge of the UK, and it's like, okay, well, if they've got airplanes, I bet if they've got ships, I bet they've got air cover as well. And sure enough, I looked out, you know, went on Flight Radar 24 website, and there was a RAF A330 Voyager, which is their it's the MRTT, multi-role tanker transport, and it was off the coast of Scotland doing loops, which means that the Russian Air Force, or Russian Navy usually, are doing ELINT work usually, but basically they're monitoring the speeds at which we respond, different NATO countries, how very quickly they respond to you know, what they're doing. So yeah. You know, this still doesn't look deep enough. I think I'm going to go with the black. Tell you what has been nice recently, and that's with all this staying in everyone's got to do, it's been nice to see some people making videos. You know, people getting down, doing some modelling, making videos about what they're doing. I mean, Everard Junction needed some this last couple of weeks, which has been good. There was another person who I've subscribed to, and he's doing a long welded rail train. And it's nice to see someone doing something different. I mean, he's still a novice, and you know, there are some things that he's doing that you know, could be done better, but then again, I was like that at one point. I learned from better modellers than I. How to do things in different ways. And that's very much a part of what modelling is about. That's why I started my channel, because I wanted to show people ways of doing things that maybe they never considered before. Some of these nose grills are quite irritating because I keep getting bubbles in the grooves. Okay. I like that. I think I'm done. The last thing that needs to be done now is the dusting of I'll say dusting of, you know, just a dry a light airbrushing for some basic track dirt to blend stuff in. Okay, so still a bit pulled, but this bit here is dry, look, and yet it still looks glossy and wet. I don't know if you can see this, but like I say, that is all dry. A little bit sticky on the edges there, but no, that's all dry now. And that looks like it's still wet. So I'm now going to pop this back together, because the last bit can be all done with the only thing I need to do now is find the other buffer. Don't know where it is. I don't remember seeing it on it, but then again, you know, it probably was. So I may have to go and find one out of my own bits and bobs. Because I'm doing this for someone else. Like I say, with the airbrushing on the bottom here, it will blend in all the what's it? Oh. Yeah. Let's have a think. Where's my what's it? I need to tidy up. I got a Class 37 buffer around here somewhere. Actually, I got a Class 37 around here. Yeah, that'll do. Right, well in that case, the last thing I'm going to do here, and this is something, pay attention people, this is something you should really do, because when you get locos you get silver, the buffer shank is silver, and it really makes a difference, just that little touch. Right, I'm going to do one little thing. I'm going to do one thing. I'm going to get some of that black, repaint the buffer. And then when it's dry, I'll paint some of the oil on because of course they grease up the buffer in the middle. Give that a couple of minutes to dry. Did I do both ends? Yes, I did. Give that a bit more on the bottom there. So while that's drying, just keep my fingers out of the way of it of course, I'm now going to put the body back on. So normally there, that way. Let's just move that out there for a moment. Somewhere around here I've got another screwdriver and I don't know what it's fallen off or something. Oh well. Okay, so pushed right there. So there we go, it's now done. So let's see if we can get myself centrally visible. So this is, other than, like I say, an airbrushing. Let me turn off the autofocus, and there we go. Okay, that's better. Let's drop it a bit further away and alter the... There we go. Okay. So... and on the end, direction, and then like that. And just for the last piece, as I said, gonna get some of this gloss varnishy stuff. Get some of the remaining clear mixture I've got. I'm just going to paint it. It's a bit too thick, that. A bit long there. Go. Right, so like I say, other than that bit of dry airbrushing, which will just do a little dusting on the bottom here, but you can, if you look, you can see, you see the dribbly stuff here. Looks like it's wet, you know. So you can see on the axle boxes as well, a little bit shiny. But I'm quite satisfied with this. I think it came out quite nice. Just needs a little so yeah, I'm quite satisfied with that. Kind of filthy, but not terribly so. So there we go, all done. So, what else do I have planned? Well, at the moment, I'm trying to finish off other people's stuff. So at the moment, I've got this Virgin liveried one. This bit, the doors were broken and some other things. So I'm basically taking two and turn them into one. I'm going to put the lighting on. Going to use the cab lighting and put one in the guard's office as well. So because there's 4 functions on the decoder, why only limit it to 3? You know, the headlights, the tail lights, the cab light, and well, there's another cab light there, so I might as well use that. Oh, sorry, there's another function, I might as well use it to put the other cab light. So yeah, that's that. And then of course I've got that 317 to do, and I've got another another one of these that needs respraying. It's going to be a Greater Anglia one. Someone already painted it, and they weren't very keen on it, so it's going to be redone. So yeah, that's going to be the future for that. So yeah, and oh, and sorry, I meant to mention earlier, I got something else this week. So I swapped a Class 66 for this 108. So what happened was, some years ago, you can see there's a couple of broken bits on it, which it doesn't matter because I'm going to be redesigning all the parts underneath. And this window's a bit clogged up, but again, not going to matter. So a few years ago, I ended up buying a Class 60. Why is this KD coupling upside down? That's just bizarre. Anyway, so well before a Class 59 was announced, I bought a couple of 66s with the goal of converting them into 59s, effectively taking the innards and removing, you know, all the parts from the 66 and taking the Lima 59 and sticking them, you know, basically making a 59 that's got some real power. And I made a start on a Foster Yeoman one, but I've got an Arc 59 that I wanted to do as well. And then what happened was when Dapol announced that they were going to be doing a 59, it's like, okay, well, there's no point in finishing that one off because anything I do is going to be rubbish compared to compared to what a Dapol one will be. And not only that, the 59, the Lima 59, the roof is a bit tall. You know, it should be much flatter. So it's like, okay, well, I've got this thing sitting in a box doing nothing. I'm not going to use it because 66s aren't, you know, in my modelling era. And so someone, had one for sale, and I said, well, look, I've got a 59. Would it be any use to you as a swap? And so that's exactly what's going to happen. So I swapped a 59 for this 108, and again, like I say, it's got a couple of bits missing, which is a bit annoying. That one I'll have to replicate myself. But anyway, this isn't going to be a 108. This is going to be a 114. So Class 114s are basically 108s that have been stretched. They've got an extra one of these windows, although they've swapped it around, so it's basically a small window, large, 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 large. So it's got 4 large windows and a small window over here. And so instead of being a 57-foot vehicle, it's a 64-foot vehicle, so it's basically an inch longer, roughly. Now, hang on. Just occurred to me, I think he's going to put the wrong body on. The wrong model. Here he is. Yeah, the body from this should be on that, because this is the brake van and that's where the power one goes. But this is a power trailer. And so it'll be like this. Don't know why it's got that paint off, but again, either way, it doesn't matter. So what I'm going to be doing is I've got 2 Class Network South East 108s, and I'll be putting so I'll be putting the I'll be using the spare Network Southeast ones, and I'm going to do some cutting and shutting in this kind of area because You know, I mean, I'm basically going to have to remove that section, add an extra piece on, an extra window, so it's going to be something like slicing across here and then having 3 windows, something like that, and then everything will be stretched effectively. So it'll be like taking that section, but here it's quite different. The door, there's a window on the back, and then that is in there, or something along the lines of that. So it's going to require a lot of moving around, but it's a great model. It's got a great chassis. It's, you know, good and smooth, and you know, it'll make for a good. And I've done it before. I've got a 128 that I've gone and stretched. So yeah, I don't know why this is spread like this. Anyway, so I've already stretched one of these before, and what I've done is basically remove all the boxes from underneath, and then I went and I think it was about here, or I think it was about there. I've basically stretched an extra inch. In fact, I've got a photo that I took of it some years ago. Let's have a look. Let me just swap over for you, and so it's not a loco. So I've got models, my models, units. Still never got around to finishing this yet. This is a DC kit for the body shell, and then for the chassis I've used a Bachmann 108, and these are all the parts you know, that came off the 108 kit. Sorry, the 128 model from Helgen. And as you can see, I've basically gone and stretched it into a 64-foot long vehicle. So, and that was it. That was really quite simple to do. So I used glued on some L-shaped brass structure. I tried soldering it, but it wouldn't have it. I don't think it's, you know, I was expecting that to be easy, but it wasn't. And then, like I say, I've just used some plastic card to stretch it, and a bit of reinforced structure underneath. And then, you know, so that all works perfectly fine. And then, you know, so I'm going to do the same job. So you can see what I mean. Let's go to units, DMU, first generation, and 114. So I'm going to make one of these. Let's see if there's a good photo. Yeah, because this will be like East Coast Main Line thing. So, because they used to operate out of Lincoln, but you can see how it's got 1, 2, 3, 4 windows and the small window, and on the 108 it's small window, 1, 2, 3 windows. So as I said, it's an inch longer effectively, and you know, so going to end up with a good looking model that that's reliable and has good traction and all that kind of stuff. So yeah. I need a drink. So that's my plan for this. Now I already have one of these, a DC kit's Class 114 kit, but that's going to be a parcels unit alongside the 128. So, but yeah, that's what the mine's going to look like, something like that. And the parcels unit, is one of these things. So, in fact, there's one with a 128 there, and they were used on routes where they're, you know, a loco and coaches would be expensive, whereas this was a cheap way of doing the same job. So, I mean, you can see how the small window is, you know, small window, and the door has been turned into a big roller shutter door. And this section here was a door and a larger window. So, like I say, it's a little bit different, nice and bright and cheerful. There's one with another 128. And the reason I went for this way of doing it was because I wanted a 114 with a good mechanism, and also a 128 with a good mechanism, and I bought two Network Southeast 108 units for, I think it was like £40 or something. I think it was back then, 45 maybe. So I bought two, and so the and buying two together, both Network Southeast ones, they came off the same production line. They came out of, you know, they came with the same gearing and the, you know, all that kind of stuff. So I can stick the same decoder in both units, and it'll run perfect. So, like I say, that's how it's going to work. That's how it'll look when it's all done. So, yeah, just does something a bit different. I mean, there's one in Manchester Piccadilly with a Network Northwest 150 and the Mark III coaches. So, here's an interesting little fact for you. The red used for TPOs, TPO coaches, and the BGs with the same, you know, sort of twin yellow stripes. That's the same red as used on Rail Freight Distribution logos, and it's the same red used on Network Southeast red stripes. So, yeah, it's interesting how it all kind of interweaves together. So, yeah. Okay, well, I've done a fair amount of work tonight, and I think I've succeeded quite well with what I've been trying to achieve. So tomorrow, when the light is good, I'm going to give that, do that last bit of airbrushing for. I'll do the last bit of airbrushing for that 37, and that can be ready to go back to the customer. Also make sure these go back as well. But yeah. Right, I am going to get going, so thank you all for watching, and have a good night and have a good week. So take care, and I will see you next time on another episode of Live from my modelling table. Bye bye.